Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. Dawn broke over the Commonwealth with the gentle persistence of hope itself, painting the wasteland in soft hues of amber and rose. The morning light transformed even the most desolate ruins into something approaching beauty, casting long shadows that softened harsh edges and lending dignity to structures that had endured far longer than their builders ever intended. In the distance, a pre-war industrial complex stood silhouetted against the brightening sky, its distinctive smokestacks and rounded storage tanks creating a familiar yet forgotten skyline. Within this complex, hidden behind reinforced doors and protective barriers, the last functioning Nuka-Cola bottling plant in the Commonwealth hummed with quiet purpose. The facility occupied what had once been a regional distribution center, its original machinery carefully maintained and lovingly restored through decades of patient work. Steam vented gently from processing units, creating soft clouds that caught the morning light filtering through high windows. The rhythmic sound of bottling equipment provided a mechanical lullaby that had welcomed each dawn for over 20 years. Fizz emerged from the small living quarters adjoining the main production floor, stretching muscles stiff from sleep and breathing deeply of the familiar morning air, a mixture of industrial steam, machinery oil, and the faint sweetness that always lingered where Nuka-Cola was made. The scent carried memories of better times, when such facilities had operated around the clock, and the distinctive flavor had been available to anyone with a few caps to spare. Moving with the practiced efficiency of someone whose routine had been refined through years of solitary work, Fizz began the daily inspection that ensured continued operation. Each morning started the same way, a methodical tour of every system, every component, every carefully maintained piece of equipment that kept this small miracle functioning in a world that had largely forgotten such luxuries. The main production line stretched across the central floor like a sleeping giant, its conveyor belts and filling stations gleaming from meticulous maintenance. Pre-war automation systems, their original chrome dulled but their function unimpaired, waited patiently for the day's activation. Fizz's hands moved over control panels with the reverence of a musician tuning a beloved instrument, checking gauges and indicators with the focused attention that separated mere maintenance from true care. The mixing vats occupied their own section of the facility, massive steel containers where the secret formula was prepared according to specifications that Fizz had memorized decades ago. Unlike the crude approximations produced by wasteland entrepreneurs, this was authentic Nuka-Cola, the genuine article, created exactly as it had been in the world before the bombs. The responsibility of preserving such authenticity weighed heavily, but it also provided profound satisfaction. In a world where so much had been lost or corrupted, maintaining something pure and unchanged felt like a sacred duty. Steam gauges required daily calibration, their readings determining the precise temperature needed for optimal mixings. Fizz adjusted each setting with careful precision, making minute corrections based on ambient conditions and equipment performance. The pre-war designers had built remarkable resilience into their systems, but 2 centuries of operation required constant attention to details that automated systems had once handled autonomously. The bottling station presented its own daily challenges. Glass bottles salvaged from ruins across the Commonwealth and carefully sterilized waited in neat rows for the day's production run. Each bottle represented hours of scavenging work, searching through collapsed stores and abandoned warehouses for containers suitable for reuse. The distinctive Nuka-Cola shape was unmistakable, even when covered by centuries of dust, and finding intact specimens always brought a moment of quiet joy. Fizz inspected each bottle individually, checking for cracks or chips that might compromise the final product. This process could not be rushed. A single flawed container could contaminate an entire batch, wasting precious ingredients and betraying the trust of communities that depended on the weekly deliveries. The pre-war quality standards still applied here, maintained not by corporate oversight but by personal pride and genuine care for those who would eventually enjoy the finished product. The carbonation system required particular attention, its pressurized components subject to stress that accumulated over decades of operation. Fizz moved through the inspection routine with practiced efficiency, checking seals and connections that had been repaired and replaced countless times. Some components were original pre-war manufacture, their engineering so superior that they continued functioning long past their intended service life. Others represented careful improvisation, post-war substitutions that maintained function while adapting to available materials. The labeling station brought its own satisfactions. Though automated label application had ceased functioning years ago, Fizz had developed a manual process that maintained the authentic appearance. Each label was applied by hand with careful attention to alignment and adhesion. The classic Nuka-Cola imagery, that distinctive script and patriotic color scheme, transformed simple glass bottles into something that carried emotional weight far beyond their monetary value. As the morning inspection progressed, Fizz paused at the facility's small office area, where carefully maintained records documented every production run for the past 2 decades. Handwritten logs tracked ingredient usage, production volumes, and distribution schedules with the meticulous attention that the Brotherhood of Steel devoted to their technical documentation. These records served multiple purposes, ensuring consistent quality, managing limited resources, and preserving knowledge that might otherwise be lost if something happened to the facility's sole operator. The ingredient storage area occupied a climate-controlled section where the secret formula components were carefully preserved. Some ingredients came from pre-war stockpiles, their sealed containers maintaining potency after centuries of storage. Others required careful substitution, natural extracts and compounds that approximated original specifications while remaining safe for consumption. The balance between authenticity and safety required constant attention, but Fizz had perfected recipes that captured the essence of true Nuka-Cola, while avoiding the controversial additives that had made the original formula mildly habit-forming. With the inspection complete and all systems functioning within normal parameters, Fizz began the weekly production run. This was the heart of the operation, the careful orchestration of automated systems and manual oversight that would produce several dozen bottles of genuine Nuka-Cola. The process required complete attention, but it also provided a meditative rhythm that had become deeply satisfying over the years. The mixing process began with precise measurement of each component, digital scales, their displays flickering with age, but their accuracy maintained through careful calibration, ensured exact proportions. Fizz moved through the formula with practiced efficiency, adding each ingredient at precisely the right moment in the sequence. The mixture's color deepened gradually, taking on the distinctive dark hue that made Nuka-Cola instantly recognizable. Steam rose from the mixing vats as heating elements brought the solution to optimal temperature. The facility's air circulation systems, modified over the years to handle production requirements, carried away excess moisture while maintaining the controlled atmosphere necessary for quality production. The mechanical sounds of stirring equipment provided a rhythmic backdrop to the work, punctuated by the soft hiss of steam vents and the gentle hum of cooling systems. As the mixture reached proper consistency, Fizz initiated the transfer to the bottling line. Automated pumps, their motors rebuilt multiple times but their function unchanged, moved the precious liquid through carefully sanitized pipes to the filling stations. Each bottle received exactly the right amount, no more, no less, before moving to the carbonation stage where pressurized gas would create that distinctive fizz that gave the beverage both its name and its character. The bottling process itself was hypnotic to observe. Bottles moved along the conveyor with mechanical precision, each station performing its designated function as they passed: filling, carbonation, capping, labeling, each step executed with the reliability that had made pre-war automation the marvel of its age. Fizz monitored every stage, making minor adjustments to ensure perfect operation, but the system's fundamental design remained so sound that intervention was rarely necessary. The capping station required particular attention, its mechanisms adjusted to ensure proper seal without over-tightening. Each cap bore the classic Nuka-Cola logo, salvaged from pre-war stores of manufacturing supplies that had somehow survived the nuclear devastation. The distinctive pop of caps being applied provided audible confirmation that each bottle was properly sealed, ready for the distribution that would carry this small luxury to grateful communities across the Commonwealth. As the production run neared completion, Fizz began the careful packaging process. Each bottle was wrapped in protective material and placed in specially designed carriers that would cushion them during transport. The weekly output, typically 3 to 4 dozen bottles, represented the culmination of 7 days of preparation, maintenance, and careful resource management. More importantly, it represented hope delivered in familiar packaging to people who had little enough to celebrate in their daily struggle for survival. The sound of approaching footsteps interrupted the bottling routine, echoing through the facility's main entrance with the distinctive rhythm of someone walking with purpose rather than stealth. Fizz paused the production line and moved to the security station, where monitors displayed views of the facility's approaches. The screens revealed a familiar figure, Sparkle, the young apprentice who had been visiting regularly for the past several months, eager to learn the secrets of maintaining this remarkable operation. Sparkle entered the facility with the enthusiasm of someone genuinely excited about technical work, eyes immediately drawn to the active bottling line, where the day's production continued its mechanical dance. Though still learning the intricacies of the operation, Sparkle had demonstrated the patience and attention to detail necessary for this type of work. More importantly, the young apprentice understood that this facility represented something more valuable than mere beverage production. It was a connection to the world that had been lost, maintained through dedication and skill. "Morning, Fizz," Sparkle called out cheerfully, moving immediately to wash hands and don the protective equipment necessary for working around food production. "How's the batch looking today?" "Running smoothly," Fizz replied with quiet satisfaction, gesturing toward the bottling line where labels were being applied to the day's production. 28 bottles so far. Should finish with about 36 if the ingredient calculations are correct. Quality looks excellent. Good carbonation, proper color consistency. Sparkle nodded appreciatively, understanding that such details mattered enormously in maintaining the authentic Nuka-Cola experience. Over the months of training, the apprentice had learned to recognize the subtle indicators that distinguish genuine production from the crude approximations attempted by less skilled operators throughout the wasteland. Bubble sent word that settlement celebrations are planned for next week, Sparkle reported, referring to the trader who handled distribution of the precious bottles. 3 communities are planning harvest festivals, and they specifically requested Nuka-Cola for the occasions. Apparently, children have been asking about it since the last delivery. This news brought visible pleasure to Fizz's expression. While the technical aspects of production provided daily satisfaction, the real reward came from knowing that this work brought joy to people who had little enough to celebrate. In settlements where clean water was precious and food often scarce, Nuka-Cola represented a luxury that connected survivors to memories of better times, or, in the case of children, introduced them to pleasures their parents remembered from before the war. "We'll need to adjust next week's production schedule," Fizz mused, considering the logistics involved. Festival demand means larger batches, which requires advanced preparation of mixing ingredients. "Are you ready to handle the preliminary setup work?" Sparkle's face lit up with enthusiasm. "Absolutely. I've been studying the mixing procedures, and I think I understand the sequence well enough to handle the preparation phases. Under supervision, of course." This marked a significant step in the apprentice's training. The mixing process required precise understanding of ingredient interactions and timing sequences that could not be learned from written instructions alone. Fizz had been gradually introducing Sparkle to more complex aspects of the operation, building confidence and competence through careful progression from simple maintenance tasks to actual production involvement. "Let's start with ingredient preparation," Fizz decided, leading Sparkle to the climate-controlled storage area where the formula components were carefully preserved. "The key is understanding not just the measurements, but why each ingredient is added at specific points in the sequence. Chemistry isn't just about following instructions, it's about understanding the interactions that create the final result." The ingredient storage area resembled a small laboratory, with its carefully labeled containers and precise measuring equipment. Some materials dated back to pre-war stockpiles, their packaging bearing corporate logos and quality certifications from a world that no longer existed. Others represented careful substitutions, natural extracts, and compounds that maintained authentic flavor while ensuring safety for contemporary consumption. Sparkle listened attentively as Fizz explained the function of each component, from the obvious flavoring agents to the subtle additives that created Nuka-Cola's distinctive characteristics. The pre-war formula had included ingredients specifically designed to enhance consumer satisfaction, not quite addictive, but memorable enough to encourage repeat purchases. Those elements had been carefully removed from the current production, replaced with natural alternatives that provided satisfaction without dependency. The original formula was designed to maximize corporate profits, Fizz explained, while measuring out precise quantities of each ingredient. Our version focuses on genuine enjoyment and community celebration. Same great taste, but without the manipulative chemistry that turned a simple beverage into a commercial tool. This distinction represented one of the most important aspects of the facility's mission. While maintaining authentic flavor and appearance, the production had been adapted to serve human happiness, rather than corporate interests. Each bottle represented a conscious choice to preserve what was good about pre-war culture, while discarding what had been exploitative or harmful. As they worked together on ingredient preparation, Sparkle demonstrated the growing competence that came from months of careful training, Measurements were precise, procedures followed exactly, and attention to detail maintained throughout the process. Fizz observed this progress with quiet satisfaction, knowing that knowledge was being successfully transferred to someone who would carry on the work when age or circumstance made continued operation impossible. The afternoon passed peacefully as they completed the day's production and began preparing for the following week's expanded output. The facility settled into its familiar rhythm, the gentle hum of cooling systems, the soft hiss of steam vents, the occasional clink of glass bottles being carefully arranged for transport. Outside, the Commonwealth continued its daily struggle for survival, but within these walls, a small miracle of preservation and purpose continued unchanged. As evening approached, Fizz and Sparkle completed the shutdown procedures that would maintain the facility's systems overnight. Each piece of equipment was carefully secured, monitoring systems activated, and security measures engaged. The building settled into its nighttime configuration, quiet but vigilant, ready to resume production at tomorrow's dawn. Bubble will be here in the morning for the weekly pickup, Fizz noted as they completed the final checklist. 36 bottles this week, all going to communities that specifically requested Nuka-Cola for upcoming celebrations. It's good to know our work brings such happiness to people. Sparkle nodded thoughtfully. I've been thinking about what you said earlier, about preserving what was good while discarding what was harmful. It seems like that applies to more than just beverage formulas. This observation brought a smile to Fizz's weathered features. The Apprentice was beginning to understand the broader philosophical implications of their work. That preservation was not about maintaining everything from the past unchanged, but about carefully selecting what deserved to survive and what was better left forgotten. Exactly right, Fizz confirmed. We're not trying to recreate the old world exactly as it was. We're taking the best parts, the ingenuity, the craftsmanship, the simple pleasures, and adapting them to serve people better than they did before. Every bottle we produce is a small act of choosing what kind of future we want to build. As they prepared to close the facility for the evening, a soft alarm tone echoed through the production area. Not an emergency signal, but the gentle notification that indicated one of the monitoring systems required attention. Fizz moved immediately to the control station, where warning lights identified the source of concern. The central computer system that coordinated the facility's automated functions. The diagnostic screen displayed error messages that had become increasingly frequent over the past several weeks. Memory allocation errors, processing delays, and communication failures between subsystems. The computer hardware was showing its age, despite decades of careful maintenance and component replacement. Some elements of the system were original pre-war manufacture, engineered to last, but not designed to operate continuously for 2 centuries. How serious is this? Sparkle asked, studying the error display with growing concern. Fizz studied the diagnostic information carefully before responding. Serious enough to require immediate attention, but not catastrophic yet. These systems have tremendous built-in redundancy, which has kept them functional far beyond their intended service life. However, we're reaching the point where redundancy is being exhausted. The implications were sobering. Without the computer systems to coordinate automated production, the facility would require either complete manual operation, possible but extremely labor-intensive, or complete shutdown until repairs could be completed. Neither option was appealing, particularly with festival season approaching and multiple communities depending on Nuka-Cola deliveries. What are our options for repair? Sparkle inquired, already thinking through the technical challenges involved. Limited, Fizz admitted reluctantly. I've maintained these systems for decades. but some components are simply irreplaceable with available resources. The processing units use integrated circuits that were cutting-edge technology when they were manufactured. Nothing comparable exists in the current wasteland. This represented the fundamental challenge facing anyone attempting to maintain pre-war technology. While individual components could often be repaired or improvised, complex, integrated systems eventually required replacement parts that no longer existed anywhere in the world. The Brotherhood of Steel possessed the technical expertise to address such problems, but their assistance came with implications that required careful consideration. "Have you considered contacting the Brotherhood?" Sparkle asked hesitantly, understanding the political complexities involved. Fizz had been dreading this possibility for months, watching the computer systems gradually degrade while hoping that careful maintenance might extend their service life indefinitely. The Brotherhood of Steel possessed both the technical knowledge and the resources necessary to restore full functionality, but their involvement would inevitably change the facility's character and mission. "I've considered it," Fizz replied carefully. "The Brotherhood has the expertise to solve our technical problems completely. They could probably restore the systems to better than original condition and provide ongoing technical support that would ensure decades of continued operation." "But," Sparkle prompted, sensing the reluctance in Fizz's tone, "but the Brotherhood operates according to military priorities and technological doctrine that might not align with our community-focused mission. They might see value in scaling up production, militarizing security, or modifying our distribution to serve their strategic objectives rather than community celebrations." This dilemma represented a fundamental conflict between preservation and independence. The facility's current operation served communities directly, with distribution decisions made based on human need and celebration rather than military or commercial considerations. Brotherhood involvement might ensure technical survival, but potentially compromise the mission that made survival worthwhile. As they discussed the options available, Bubble arrived for an unscheduled evening visit, announcing her presence with the familiar whistle that served as identification at the facility's entrance. Fizz activated the security system to grant access, welcoming the trader whose weekly visits had become an important connection to the communities served by their production. Bubble entered with her characteristic energy, immediately sensing the tension in the air. "Something wrong with today's batch?" she asked, glancing toward the completed bottles awaiting pickup. "Production is fine," Fizz assured her. "Computer systems are showing increasing instability. We're discussing long-term solutions before the problems become critical." Understanding immediately crossed Bubble's expression. As someone who had worked with various technical installations throughout the Commonwealth, she understood both the value of functioning pre-war systems and the challenges involved in maintaining them without proper support infrastructure. "How much time do we have?" she asked pragmatically. "Hard to say precisely," Fizz replied. "Could be weeks, could be months. The systems are still functional, but error rates are increasing and backup systems are showing strain. Eventually, something critical will fail, and we'll lose automated production capability." Bubble nodded thoughtfully, considering the implications for the communities that had come to depend on the facility's output. "The settlements won't pressure you either way," she said finally. "They understand that keeping this place running has always been your choice and your dedication. Whatever you decide, they'll support." This assurance carried significant weight. The communities served by the facility had never demanded production or taken the operation for granted. They understood that Fizz work was a gift freely given, motivated by pride in craftsmanship and desire to bring happiness to others rather than obligation or commercial interest. "What's your gut feeling about the Brotherhood?" Babel asked directly. "Not their technical capabilities. Everyone knows they can solve the computer problems. But would they respect what you've built here?" Fizz considered this question carefully before responding. "I think it depends on how the arrangement is structured. If we can maintain operational independence while accepting technical support, it could work well. The risk is that military priorities might gradually override community service. What if you trained additional apprentices first?" Sparkle suggested. "If more people understood the operation completely, it would be harder for anyone to change the mission without community consensus." This idea had considerable merit. Currently, Fizz was the sole person with complete knowledge of the facility's operation. Training multiple apprentices would not only ensure knowledge preservation, but also create a community of stakeholders who could resist unwanted changes to the facility's mission and methods. "That's actually an excellent approach," Barbara agreed enthusiastically. "I know several young people in different settlements who would be honored to learn these skills. If you had 4 or 5 fully trained operators, the facility's community focus would be protected, regardless of external technical support." As they discussed the possibilities, the fundamental outlines of a solution began to emerge. Rather than choosing between complete independence and Brotherhood involvement, they could potentially create a hybrid arrangement that preserved community control while accessing necessary technical expertise. Multiple trained operators would ensure continuity, while careful negotiation might establish Brotherhood assistance on terms that protected the facility's essential character. "It would mean a significant time investment," Fizz mused. "Training multiple apprentices thoroughly would require months of intensive work, but it might be the best way to ensure the facility continues serving communities long after I'm no longer able to maintain it personally." The conversation continued deep into the evening as they refined their approach. By consensus, they agreed on a multi-stage plan that would protect the facility's mission while ensuring its technical survival. First, rapid training of additional apprentices who could maintain community control. Second, careful negotiation with the Brotherhood to establish technical assistance that respected operational independence. Finally, expansion of production capacity that would serve growing demand while maintaining quality and community focus. As Bubble prepared to leave with the day's production, she carried more than bottles of Nuka-Cola. She carried news of decisions that would shape the facility's future and, by extension, the small luxuries available to Commonwealth communities. The evening had transformed a technical crisis into an opportunity for growth and increased community involvement. "I'll start identifying potential apprentices immediately," she promised. "Good candidates who understand that this work is about service rather than profit. People who can learn not just the technical procedures, but the philosophy behind them." After Bubble's departure, Fizz and Sparkle completed the evening shutdown procedures with a sense of purpose that transcended routine maintenance. The decisions made tonight would determine whether this remarkable facility continued serving communities for decades to come, or gradually succumbed to technical obsolescence despite their best efforts. "Are you concerned about training multiple apprentices?" Sparkle asked, as they secured the facility for the night. "Excited, actually," Fizz replied with genuine enthusiasm. "I've been the sole keeper of this knowledge for too long. Sharing it with people who understand its value will make the operation stronger and more resilient than it's ever been." As they prepared to leave, the facility settled into its familiar nighttime rhythm. Security systems activated, monitoring programs initiated, and environmental controls adjusted for optimal overnight conditions. The bottling equipment stood ready for tomorrow's work, maintained and prepared through the same careful attention that had kept it functioning for over 2 decades. Outside, the Commonwealth night was peaceful, stars visible through gaps in the cloud cover that often obscured the sky. The facility's distinctive silhouette stood outlined against the darkness, no longer just a forgotten pre-war relic, but a living symbol of what could be preserved and adapted from the old world to serve the new. In the weeks that followed, the plan they had developed that evening began to take shape. Bubble identified promising candidates from settlements throughout the region, young adults who combined technical aptitude with genuine commitment to community service. Each potential apprentice underwent careful evaluation, not just for skills but for understanding of the facility's mission and values. The first additional apprentice arrived on a crisp autumn morning, eyes wide with wonder at the functioning production line and eager to begin learning the intricate skills required to maintain such a complex operation. Fizz began the training process with the same patience and attention to detail that had characterized Sparkle's education, understanding that each new apprentice represented insurance against the loss of irreplaceable knowledge. Meanwhile, careful diplomatic contact was established with the Brotherhood of Steel. Rather than requesting immediate assistance, Fizz initiated discussions about potential future cooperation, emphasizing the facility's community service mission and the importance of maintaining its current character. The Brotherhood's initial response was encouraging. They expressed genuine interest in preserving functional pre-war industrial technology while respecting its current humanitarian application. As autumn progressed toward winter, the facility bustled with unprecedented activity. 3 apprentices now worked alongside Fizz and Sparkle, each learning different aspects of the operation while contributing to expanding production capacity. The weekly output gradually increased from 36 bottles to over 50, with quality maintained through careful attention to every detail of the process. The computer systems continued their gradual decline, but the crisis atmosphere had been replaced by confident preparation. When technical failure eventually occurred, it would find a facility staffed with multiple trained operators and supported by Brotherhood technical expertise, arranged on mutually acceptable terms. Rather than representing an existential threat, the aging computers had become simply another challenge to be addressed through careful planning and community cooperation. On the morning when the central processing unit finally displayed its last error message and ceased functioning, Fizz felt prepared rather than panicked. Within hours, a Brotherhood technical team arrived to begin restoration work, while the facility's trained apprentices maintained essential operations through manual procedures they had practiced extensively. The repair process took 3 days, during which the facility hummed with combined activity. Brotherhood specialists working on computerized systems, while community-trained operators maintained production through careful manual coordination. When automation was restored, it operated better than it had in decades, with upgraded components and improved reliability that promised years of continued service. Most importantly, the facility's essential character remained unchanged. Community needs continued to determine production priorities, distribution served celebration rather than profit, and the authentic Nuka-Cola formula brought happiness to settlements throughout the Commonwealth. The crisis had been resolved not through surrender of independence, but through expansion of community involvement and carefully negotiated cooperation. As winter settled over the Commonwealth, the last functioning Nuka-Cola bottling plant stood as a testament to what could be accomplished through dedication, careful planning, and commitment to serving others. Its gentle mechanical rhythms continued unchanged, producing small luxuries that connected wasteland survivors to memories of better times, while creating new traditions for communities learning to celebrate life despite its hardship. The facility's success had required no dramatic heroics or dangerous expeditions, only the patient accumulation of daily maintenance, careful training of willing apprentices, and thoughtful decision-making that balanced preservation with adaptation. In a world often defined by violence and loss, it represented the quiet power of constructive work performed in service of human happiness. In the distance, another pre-war facility waited in overgrown silence, its secrets hidden behind nature's patient reclamation of industrial spaces. While our bottling plant continues its gentle production, join us next time for Nuka-World's Quiet Corner. Dawn crept across the Commonwealth with particular gentleness on this autumn morning, painting the sky in watercolor shades of coral and gold. The early light transformed even the most forbidding landscapes into something approaching serenity, and nowhere was this transformation more remarkable than at the edges of Nuka World, where nature had begun the patient work of reclaiming what commerce had built. The theme park's outer boundaries bore little resemblance to the dangerous territory controlled by raider gangs deeper within the complex. Here, in the forgotten corners that had been deemed too unprofitable or too damaged to maintain, a different kind of renewal was taking place. Vines had wrapped themselves around faded mascot statues, wildflowers had taken root in the cracks of abandoned walkways, and saplings had grown tall enough to shade the rusted remains of carnival attractions. Jade moved through this transformed landscape with the quiet confidence of someone who had mapped every safe path and hidden sanctuary over years of careful exploration. Once an employee of the park in the world before the bombs, they carried knowledge of Nuka World's original layout like a treasured map, understanding not just where things were, but what they had been intended to be. This knowledge had proven invaluable in the decades since, allowing the creation of something beautiful from the ruins of commercial excess. The morning routine began, as it had for the past several years, with a visit to the Meditation Grove. Located where the Nuka-Cola Quantum Ride had once dazzled visitors with its electric blue spectacle, the Grove now offered a different kind of wonder. Native Commonwealth plants had been carefully cultivated here, creating a natural sanctuary where the sounds of the wastelands seemed muted and the air itself felt cleaner. Jade knelt beside a patch of mutfruit saplings, their leaves showing the healthy green that indicated proper care and sufficient moisture. The irrigation system was entirely improvised, a network of carefully positioned rain collectors and hand-dug channels that directed water to where it was most needed. It required daily attention, but the work itself had become a form of meditation, connecting Shade to the seasonal rhythms that had once been obscured by the park's artificial environment. Each plant in the grove had been chosen for specific qualities that complemented both the natural environment and the space's intended purpose. Tato plants provided sustenance for the small wildlife that had begun to inhabit the area. Brahman grass offered ground cover that prevented erosion, while creating soft pathways through the sanctuary. Flowering varieties added color and attracted the few surviving species of pre-war insects that somehow persevered in this cleaned corner of the Commonwealth. The centerpiece of the grove was a magnificent oak tree that had somehow survived the nuclear devastation, its massive trunk bearing scars from the bombs, but its branches reaching skyward with renewed vigor. Shade had built a simple bench from salvaged materials, positioned to take advantage of the tree's shade while offering a view of the carefully tended gardens beyond. Morning light filtered through the leaves, creating shifting patterns of brightness and shadow that changed throughout the day. As Shade worked among the plants, checking soil moisture and adjusting the position of protective barriers that shielded delicate specimens from harsh weather, the sound of approaching voices drifted through the morning air. Not the harsh calls of raiders or the mechanical sounds of automated defenses, but the lighter tones of children's conversation mixed with the measured responses of adult supervision. Pausing in the garden work, Shade listened carefully to determine the source and direction of the voices. The sounds were coming from the direction of the old Fizz-top grill, following one of the paths that had once carried visitors between attractions, but now served as a route for scavengers and traders moving through the park's outer regions. The tone suggested curiosity rather than hostility, exploration rather than threat. Moving quietly through the grove's carefully planned pathways, Shade approached the source of the voices while remaining concealed behind the natural barriers that years of cultivation had created. Through gaps in the vegetation, a small group became visible. 3 children accompanied by 2 adults, all bearing the practical clothing and cautious demeanor of settlement residents engaged in trading activities. The children ranged in age from perhaps 8 to 12, their faces bright with the wonder that came from discovering something unexpected in familiar territory. They had wandered away from the main trading path, drawn by glimpses of color and movement that suggested life, rather than the sterile decay typically associated with pre-war ruins. "Look at all the flowers," one of the children whispered, pointing toward a patch of wild mutfruit blossoms that had been encouraged to grow over the rusted remains of a concession stand. "I've never seen so many growing together like this." The oldest child, a girl with hair tied back in practical braids, approached the edge of the garden area with careful steps. "This doesn't look like it grew wild," she observed with the analytical mind of someone raised to notice details that might indicate safety or danger. "Someone's been taking care of these plants." Their adult companions, a man and woman who bore the weathered features of experienced traders, had also noticed the signs of deliberate cultivation. Their expressions reflected the caution appropriate to discovering something unexpected in territory known for its dangers, but also the curiosity that came from finding beauty where none had been expected. "Stay close," the woman advised quietly, though her tone carried interest rather than alarm. "This area isn't on any of the danger maps, but we should be careful about who else might be around." Shade watched this interaction with growing interest, recognizing the mixture of wonder and wariness that characterized most people's first encounter with the hidden gardens. The children's genuine delight at discovering beauty in unexpected places brought memories of the park's original purpose, creating joy and wonder for visitors, particularly the young ones who had saved their caps for months to experience Nuka-World's attractions. Making a decision that had become easier over the years, Shade stepped carefully into view, hands visible and movements slow to avoid startling the group. The appearance of a figure emerging from the gardens caused immediate alertness from the adults, but the children's responses showed more curiosity than fear. "Good morning," Shade called softly, maintaining a respectful distance that allowed the group to retreat easily if they chose. "You're welcome to look around, but please be careful not to damage the plants. They've taken years to establish properly." The lead trader, a middle-aged man with graying hair and the kind of steady demeanor that suggested experience in dealing with wasteland uncertainties, stepped slightly forward while keeping his companions positioned for safety. "We didn't realize anyone was maintaining this area," he said carefully. "We're just passing through on our way to the trading post. The children saw the flowers and wanted to investigate." "Understandable," Shade replied with a gentle smile. "It's not often people find gardens growing in places like this. I'm Shade. I've been working on these spaces for several years now. You're welcome to explore, as long as you don't mind sticking to the established paths." The youngest child, a boy who had been hiding behind the female trader, peeked out with wide eyes. "Did you really make all this?" he asked, his voice filled with the amazement that came from discovering that someone had chosen to create beauty rather than simply survive. I helped, Shade corrected gently. Mostly I just encouraged what wanted to grow here naturally. The plants do most of the work. I just try to give them the best chance to thrive. This distinction was important to Shade's understanding of the work. Rather than imposing an artificial vision on the landscape, the garden projects focused on supporting natural processes while guiding them toward outcomes that served both ecological health and human appreciation. The results were spaces that felt organic rather than constructed, sanctuaries that enhanced rather than replaced the natural environment. The girl with braids took a careful step onto one of the garden paths, her eyes wide as she took in the carefully planned arrangement of plants and the artistic way natural growth had been guided around surviving elements of the park's original infrastructure. "It's beautiful," she said with genuine wonder. "I've never seen anything like this. How did you know which plants would grow together?" "Observation and patience," Shade replied, pleased by the intelligent question. "I spent a lot of time watching what grew well in different parts of the park, then tried to create conditions where those plants could flourish. Some experiments worked better than others." The children's natural curiosity began to overcome their initial caution, and soon they were asking questions about specific plants, how the irrigation system worked, and whether the small animals they glimpsed were dangerous. Shade answered each question with the patience of someone who genuinely enjoyed sharing knowledge, particularly with young people who showed genuine interest in understanding rather than simply exploiting. As the impromptu tour continued, Shade led the group along the safest paths, pointing out features that demonstrated how nature could transform commercial spaces into something entirely different. The old Fizz-top grill had become a vertical garden where climbing plants created natural privacy screens. The Quantum Ride's concrete foundations now supported a herb garden where medicinal plants grew in careful arrangement. "This used to be a roller coaster," Shade explained, gesturing toward the vine-covered structure that had once been the Quantum Ride's main track. The concrete and metal framework provided good support for climbing plants, and the elevation helps with drainage during heavy rains. The children were fascinated by the idea that this peaceful garden had once been a source of thrills and excitement. The contrast between the park's original purpose and its current incarnation sparked numerous questions about what other areas might be hiding beneath decades of natural growth. "Are there more gardens like this?" the oldest girl asked, her tone suggesting she was already planning future explorations. "Several," Shade admitted. "Each one is different, depending on what was there before and what grows well in that particular spot. Some are better for food plants, others for flowers, and a few are designed mainly for quiet contemplation." The lead trader, who had been listening to this exchange with growing interest, asked the practical question that had been forming in his mind. "Is it safe for children to visit these areas? We come through this region monthly, and I know several families who would be fascinated by what you've created here." This question addressed one of Shade's ongoing concerns about the garden projects. While the cultivated areas themselves were safe, Nuka World as a whole remained dangerous territory, with raider groups controlling significant portions of the park and various hostile creatures inhabiting the more remote sections. Balancing accessibility with safety required careful consideration of routes, timing, and group composition. "The gardens themselves are safe," Shade replied thoughtfully. "I've been careful to create them in areas that are naturally protected from the more dangerous parts of the park. The challenge is getting to them safely. Some paths are better than others, and timing matters." The female trader nodded understanding. What would you recommend for families who want to visit? We could organize small groups with proper escorts. As they discussed practical arrangements for visits, Shade felt a familiar mixture of excitement and anxiety. The garden projects had always been intended to bring beauty and peace to people who had little enough of either in their daily lives. However, increased visitation would inevitably bring changes to the quiet sanctuary that had been developed over years of solitary work. I think small groups would work well, Shay decided. Maybe 4 or 5 people at most, with someone who knows the safe routes. The gardens can handle visitors, but too many people at once might disturb the wildlife that started to call these places home. The children had continued exploring while the adults discussed logistics, and their discoveries provided evidence for Shade's point about wildlife. They had spotted several small creatures, a family of radroaches that had adapted to feeding on garden waste, a mollaret that had built its burrow beneath the protective cover of a berry bush, and even a few pre-war insects that had somehow survived in this cleaned corner of the Commonwealth. The animals aren't dangerous, are they? The youngest boy asked, pointing toward the mollaret, which was observing the group with cautious curiosity rather than hostility. Not here, Shade assured him. The ones that live in the gardens have learned that this is a peaceful place. They're more interested in the plants and the steady water supply than in bothering visitors. As long as you don't try to corner them or take their food, they'll mostly ignore you. This coexistence between human cultivation and wildlife habitat represented one of the most successful aspects of the garden projects. Rather than creating sterile spaces that served only human aesthetic preferences, Shade had designed sanctuaries that supported the broader ecosystem while providing the beauty and tranquility that people crave. As the morning progressed, the trading group's scheduled timeline began to reassert itself. They had routes to follow and appointments to keep, but the children showed obvious reluctance to leave this unexpected discovery. The adults seemed equally interested in the possibility of returning with their families to experience the gardens more thoroughly. Would it be possible to arrange a proper visit? The lead trader asked. Maybe in a few weeks, when we're back through this area. I'd like to bring my wife and some of the other families from our settlement. I'd be honored, Shade replied, meaning it sincerely. Let me know when you're planning to come through, and I can meet you at the safe entry point and provide a proper tour. There are several other garden areas that would interest your families. The children's faces lit up at this prospect, and they began making plans for the return visit with the enthusiasm that characterized young people presented with something wonderful to anticipate. Their excitement was infectious, reminding Shade of the joy that had motivated the original garden project. As the group prepared to continue their journey, the oldest girl approached Shade with a question that had been forming during their exploration. Could someone learn to do this kind of work? She asked. I mean, if someone wanted to create gardens like these in other places, how would they start? The question touched on something Shade had been considering for some time. The possibility of sharing not just the gardens themselves, but the knowledge and techniques that had created them. The skills involved were not particularly complex, but they did require patience, observation, and a genuine understanding of how natural systems functioned. Absolutely, Shade replied with enthusiasm. The most important skill is learning to watch and understand what plants want to grow in different conditions. After that, it's mostly about patience and willingness to experiment. I'd be happy to teach interested people the basics. This offer sparked immediate interest from both children and adults. The idea of creating similar sanctuaries in other locations appealed to people who had spent their lives surrounded by the harsh realities of wasteland existence. The prospect of bringing beauty and tranquility to their own communities represented a form of hope that transcended mere survival. When we come back, could you show us how to get started? The girl pressed, her excitement growing with each word. Our settlement has some areas that might work for gardens, and I know people who would help with the work. Of course, Shade agreed. I'll prepare some basic information about soil preparation, plant selection, and water management. The techniques aren't complicated, but there are some important principles that make the difference between success and failure. As the trading group finally departed, following the safe paths that would lead them back to the main trading routes, Shade felt a sense of satisfaction that went beyond the morning's gardening work. The encounter had reminded them of the garden's original purpose, not just to create beauty for its own sake, but to share that beauty with people who needed it most. The afternoon was spent in quiet contemplation of the morning's events, while continuing the daily maintenance work that kept the gardens flourishing. Watering, pruning, adjusting protective barriers, and harvesting seeds for future planting. Each task provided time to consider the implications of increased visitation and the opportunities it might create for expanding the project's impact. The meditation grove seemed particularly peaceful as evening approached, the oak tree's branches casting long shadows across the carefully tended paths. Shade settled onto the handmade bench, watching the play of light through the leaves while considering the day's development. The children's enthusiasm had been infectious, but their questions had also highlighted the broader potential of the garden projects. Rather than remaining isolated sanctuaries, these spaces could serve as inspiration and education for people throughout the Commonwealth. The knowledge gained through years of experimentation could help other communities create their own oases of beauty and tranquility. As twilight settled over the park, Shade began planning for the promised return visit. The main gardens would need to be prepared for visitors, paths cleared, potentially hazardous areas marked, and routes planned to maximize both safety and wonder. More importantly, educational materials would need to be developed to help interested people understand the principles behind successful garden creation. The evening's work focused on seed collection and preparation, gathering specimens from the most successful plants for distribution to other communities. Each seed packet would be carefully labeled with growing instructions and habitat requirements, creating a library of knowledge that could be shared with anyone interested in creating beauty from abandoned spaces. Over the following weeks, Shade threw himself into preparations for the promised visit. The main garden areas received extra attention, with paths improved and safety measures enhanced. Information packets were prepared covering the basic principles of wasteland gardening, from soil preparation to pest management. Most importantly, new garden areas were identified and planned to demonstrate different approaches to reclaiming abandoned spaces. The day of the visit arrived with perfect autumn weather. Clear skies, comfortable temperatures, and the kind of gentle breeze that made outdoor work a pleasure rather than a chore. The trading group arrived precisely on schedule, but this time they brought additional families from their settlement, including several children who had heard about the gardens from their friends. The expanded tour began at the meditation grove, where the oak tree's autumn foliage created a canopy of gold and crimson above the carefully maintained paths. The newcomers showed the same mixture of wonder and curiosity that had characterized the original visit, but their questions were more focused on practical applications for their own communities. "How do you deal with raiders and other threats?" asked one of the parents, a woman whose practical concerns reflected the reality of wasteland life. "Location and discretion," Shade replied honestly. "These gardens are in areas that aren't valuable to raiders. No strategic importance, no valuable salvage, no tactical advantage. The key is creating beauty in places that other people don't want to control." This principle had guided every garden project from the beginning. Rather than competing for valuable territory or resources, the work focused on transforming spaces that had been written off as worthless. The approach required more creativity and patience than simply claiming prime real estate, but it also avoided the conflicts that would inevitably arise from competing interests. The group moved through the various garden areas, each designed to demonstrate different aspects of wasteland cultivation. The food garden showed how to grow sustenance crops in challenging conditions. The medicinal garden demonstrated the cultivation of healing plants that could supplement settlement medical supplies. The butterfly garden had attracted the few surviving pollinating insects, creating a space where children could observe the natural processes that supported all plant life. At each location, Shade provided hands-on demonstrations of the techniques involved, from soil preparation to irrigation management. The visitors took notes, asked detailed questions, and began making plans for similar projects in their own communities. Several children showed particular aptitude for the work, demonstrating the patience and attention to detail that successful gardening required. The most important thing to remember, Shade explained during a break at the butterfly garden, is that every location is different. What works here might not work exactly the same way somewhere else. The key is understanding the principles and then adapting them to your specific conditions. This philosophy of adaptive application had been crucial to the success of the Nuka Gardens. Rather than following rigid formulas, each space had been developed through observation, experimentation, and gradual refinement. The approach required more patience than following preset instructions, but it produced results that were uniquely suited to local conditions. As the afternoon progressed, the visit evolved into a collaborative planning session. The settlement representatives described their available spaces and resources, while Shade offered suggestions for plant selection and garden design. Several promising projects began to take shape, from a community medicinal garden to educational spaces where children could learn about plant cultivation. "We have an old shopping center that's been cleared of dangerous debris," one of the men explained. "The roof is mostly gone, but the concrete planters are still intact. Do you think those could be adapted for gardening?" "Absolutely," Shade replied with enthusiasm. "Concrete planters are actually ideal for controlled growing conditions. You can manage soil quality, drainage, and sun exposure much more precisely than with ground-level gardens." "It sounds like an excellent starting point." The discussion continued as they toured the final garden area, a quiet sanctuary that had been created in the ruins of the park's old administrative building. Here, office spaces had been converted into greenhouse-like growing areas, while the lobby had become a comfortable space for rest and contemplation. "This is what I want to create for our children," said one of the mothers, gesturing toward the peaceful space where her daughter was carefully examining a flowering plant. "A place where they can experience beauty and learn about growing things, instead of just focusing on survival." This sentiment captured the deepest purpose of the garden projects. While the practical benefits were important, food production, medicinal plants, improved morale, the greater value lay in providing spaces where people could remember and experience the gentler aspects of human nature. In a world that often demanded hardness and vigilance, the gardens offered permission to be tender and contemplative. As evening approached, the visit concluded with a planning session for ongoing collaboration. Shade agreed to provide seeds, consultation, and periodic visits to help establish the proposed gardens. The settlement representatives committed to sharing their experiences and successes with other communities, creating a network of knowledge and support that could benefit the entire region. "This feels like the beginning of something important," observed the lead trader as the group prepared to depart. "Not just gardens, but a different way of thinking about how we live in this world." The weeks that followed brought a steady stream of visitors to the Nuka Gardens. Word of the project had spread through the trading networks, attracting people from settlements throughout the Commonwealth. Each group brought their own perspectives and challenges, contributing to a growing understanding of how gardening principles could be adapted to different environments and circumstances. Shade found this period of increased activity both rewarding and exhausting. The joy of sharing knowledge and seeing it take root in new communities was immense, but the demands of teaching and consultation began to impact the time available for maintaining the original gardens. The solution came from an unexpected source. Several of the most dedicated students began volunteering to help with maintenance work, creating a collaborative community around the garden project. The transformation was remarkable. What had begun as a solitary project sustained by one person's vision and dedication had evolved into a network of gardens, gardeners, and communities committed to creating beauty in the wasteland. The original sanctuaries at Nuka-World remained the heart of the project, but their influence now extended far beyond the park's boundaries. As winter approached, Shade stood once again in the meditation grove, watching the oak tree's bare branches outlined against the grey sky. The seasons had turned full circle since the project began, but the changes went far beyond the natural cycle of growth and dormancy. The garden network had become a living example of how individual dedication could inspire broader transformation. The bench beneath the oak tree now bore a small plaque, installed by grateful visitors to commemorate the project's impact on their communities. The inscription was simple but meaningful, in gratitude for showing us that beauty can grow anywhere if we have the patience to tend it. Field Spring would bring new growth to the gardens and new opportunities to expand the network of cultivated spaces throughout the Commonwealth. Seeds collected over the winter would be distributed to communities ready to begin their own garden projects. Knowledge gained through months of collaborative work would be refined and shared through the growing network of gardeners. The future held promise for a commonwealth where abandoned spaces could be transformed into sanctuaries, where children could learn the patience and wonder that came from nurturing growing things, and where communities could find beauty and peace, even in the midst of their daily struggles for survival. Most importantly, the project had demonstrated that individual action, sustained over time and shared with others, could create changes that rippled far beyond their original scope. The gardens at Nuka-World had become more than beautiful spaces. They were symbols of hope, patience, and the human capacity to create rather than merely survive. As night settled over the Commonwealth, the gardens rested in the quiet confidence of established growth, their roots deep in reclaimed soil, and their influence spreading through the networks of people who had learned to see abandoned spaces as opportunities for transformation rather than merely obstacles to overcome. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the wasteland lay peaceful under starlight, the gentle sounds of growing things continued their ancient work. Roots extending deeper, leaves preparing for spring's return, and seeds waiting in the soil for the warmth that would call them to life. The gardens at Nuka-World had become part of this natural cycle, their human-guided beauty integrated seamlessly with the patient processes of renewal that no amount of destruction could permanently defeat. The work would continue season after season as new gardeners learned the skills and adopted the philosophy that had transformed abandoned commercial space into sanctuaries of beauty and hope. Each successful garden would inspire others, creating an ever-expanding network of transformed spaces where the Commonwealth's survivors could remember what it meant to live rather than merely exist. Far from the peaceful gardens of Nuka-World, in a settlement's medical laboratory, a different kind of preservation continues. as someone wrestles with the weight of dangerous knowledge and the responsibility that comes with understanding how to recreate the past. Join us next for The Recipe Keeper. Dawn filtered through the reinforced windows of Dr. Formula's laboratory with the gentle persistence of morning light that had witnessed countless scientific endeavors. The modest facility occupied the converted basement of a settlement medical center, its walls lined with carefully organized shelves containing the tools and materials of beneficial chemistry. Unlike the sterile corporate laboratories of the world before, this space radiated warmth and purpose, dedicated to healing rather than profit. Dr. Formula moved through the morning routine with the measured precision of someone whose ghoulified condition had granted centuries to perfect the art of methodical work. Each piece of equipment was checked, calibrated, and prepared for the day's research, with the same careful attention that had once characterized pre-war pharmaceutical development. The difference lay not in the procedures, but in their purpose. These investigations served community health, rather than corporate interests. The workbench held the materials for the day's primary project, developing an improved water purification compound for the settlement's filtration system. Clean water remained one of the most critical needs in the post-war world, and Formula's chemical expertise had proven invaluable in creating solutions that removed both radiation and biological contaminants from questionable sources. The work required careful balance, strong enough to neutralize threats, gentle enough to avoid introducing new toxins. Steam rose gently from the reaction vessels as Formula began the delicate process of combining reagents in precise proportions. Each addition was measured with the accuracy that came from understanding molecular interactions at the most fundamental level. The pre-war education in chemistry had provided theoretical knowledge, but centuries of practical application had refined that understanding into something approaching artistry. The laboratory's atmosphere was one of quiet concentration, punctuated by the soft sounds of scientific work. The gentle bubbling of solutions, the precise click of measuring instruments, the scratch of notes being recorded in careful handwriting. Formula maintained detailed documentation of every experiment, not from corporate requirement, but from genuine scientific curiosity and the desire to preserve knowledge for future researchers. A locked cabinet in the corner of the laboratory held materials that received no attention during the morning routine. Behind reinforced glass, pre-war documents gathered dust alongside sealed vials and carefully preserved samples. These remnants of corporate chemistry represented knowledge that Formula had chosen to contain rather than apply. Formulas and techniques that had served commercial manipulation rather than human benefit. The sound of footsteps on the stairs announced the arrival of the settlement's leader, Vintage, whose monthly visits had become a regular part of the laboratory's routine. Unlike the urgent consultations that characterized medical emergencies, these scheduled meetings allowed for thoughtful discussion of the community's longer-term needs and Formula's ongoing research projects. "Good morning, Doctor," Vintage called out cheerfully, descending the stairs with the careful movements of someone who had learned to respect the delicate nature of scientific equipment. "I hope I'm not interrupting important work." "Not at all," Formula replied, looking up from the water purification project with genuine pleasure at the company. "I was just beginning today's batch of filtration compound. The timing is perfect for a consultation break." Vintage approached the workbench with the curious interest of someone who had come to appreciate the complexity of chemical research through previous discussions. While lacking formal scientific training, the settlement leader had developed a keen understanding of how Formula's work contributed to community welfare. The water purification system has been working beautifully, Vintage reported with satisfaction. No cases of radiation sickness or waterborne illness since you implemented the new filtration protocols. The difference in taste and clarity is remarkable. This feedback brought visible pleasure to Formula's weathered features. The ghoulification process had transformed physical appearance dramatically, but it had not diminished the fundamental satisfaction that came from applying scientific knowledge to improve human welfare. If anything, the extended lifespan had provided opportunity to see the long-term benefits of careful research. "I'm pleased to hear it," Formula replied, setting aside the current experiment to give full attention to the conversation. The latest compound formulation should provide even better results, with lower resource consumption. Efficiency improvements that benefit the entire community. As they discussed the technical details of water purification, Vintage's expression gradually shifted from professional satisfaction to something approaching hesitation. The settlement leader had clearly come with a specific request in mind, but was taking time to approach the subject with appropriate delicacy. "Doctor, I wanted to discuss a different kind of project with you," Vintage said eventually, choosing words with obvious care. "Something that might be more personal than medical." Formula's attention sharpened immediately. Personal requests were rare in their scientific consulting, which typically focused on practical community needs rather than individual desires. The careful tone suggested this was a matter that required sensitive handling. "What did you have in mind?" Formula asked, gesturing toward the comfortable chairs that had been arranged in one corner of the laboratory for longer discussions. Vintage settled into the offered seat with visible relief at having the opportunity to explain the request properly. "It's about community celebrations," they began, still choosing words carefully. "We have several important events coming up. Harvest Festival, Founding Day anniversary, a couple of marriages. People have been asking if there might be a way to recreate certain things from the old world." The direction of the conversation became clear immediately, and Formula felt the familiar tightness in their chest that accompanied any discussion of pre-war recreational chemistry. The locked cabinet in the corner seemed to loom larger in peripheral vision, its contents representing knowledge that carried both tremendous potential and serious ethical concerns. "What specifically are people asking for?" Formula inquired, though the answer was already anticipated. "Nuka-Cola," Vintage replied simply. "The real thing, not the watered-down approximations that traders sometimes offer. People remember it from before the war, or they've heard stories from their parents and grandparents. For special occasions, it would mean a lot to have something that connected them to better times." The request was reasonable, even touching in its simplicity. Community celebrations deserved special elements that distinguished them from the daily struggle for survival. The desire to recreate positive memories from the pre-war world was both natural and healthy, representing hope rather than mere nostalgia. However, Formula's unique position as one of the few surviving individuals with complete knowledge of the original Nuka-Cola formula created complications that Vintage couldn't fully understand. The authentic recipe included elements that had been carefully designed to create psychological dependency, not addiction in the clinical sense, but a subtle manipulation of neurochemistry that encouraged repeated consumption. "I understand the appeal," Formula said carefully, stalling for time to organize thoughts that had been churning for months whenever this subject arose. Nuka-Cola represented one of the most successful consumer products in pre-war America. The question is whether recreating it serves genuine celebration or perpetuates the manipulative aspects of its original design. Vintage's expression showed confusion at this distinction. Manipulative aspects? I thought it was just a soft drink. This response illustrated the challenge perfectly. Most people remembered Nuka-Cola as a simple pleasure, unaware of the sophisticated psychological engineering that had made it so appealing and so commercially successful. The corporate research that had created the formula had been deliberately concealed from consumers, hidden behind marketing campaigns that emphasized refreshment and enjoyment. The original formula included specific compounds designed to enhance consumer satisfaction beyond what the basic flavoring would provide. Formula explained, choosing words that conveyed the scientific reality without unnecessarily alarming the settlement leader. Subtle neurochemical triggers that made people crave the product more than they would naturally crave similar beverages. Understanding dawned gradually in Vintage's expression, along with a mixture of disappointment and concern. So it was actually addictive. Not addictive in the medical sense, Formula clarified, but designed to create psychological dependency through carefully calibrated chemical manipulation. The difference between wanting something because you enjoy it and wanting something because you've been chemically programmed to crave it. This explanation represented the heart of Formula's ethical dilemma. The technical knowledge existed to recreate authentic Nuka-Cola exactly as it had been produced before the war. The laboratory contained all necessary equipment and materials. The process was well within Formula's capabilities. However, doing so would mean perpetuating the manipulative aspects of corporate chemistry that had exploited consumers for profit. Is there a way to create something similar without those problematic elements? Vintage asked, demonstrating the practical problem-solving approach that had made them an effective community leader. Possibly, Formula replied, considering the possibilities that had been explored mentally many times before. The challenge is distinguishing between the authentic flavoring that people remember and the chemical manipulation that made it so appealing. It would require careful research and extensive testing. The conversation continued for another hour as they explored the technical and ethical dimensions of the request. Vintage's perspective as a community leader provided valuable context about why such celebrations mattered to settlement morale and social cohesion. Formula's scientific knowledge highlighted the complexities involved in recreating pre-war consumer products without perpetuating their harmful aspects. Would you be willing to research the possibility? Vintage asked eventually, not necessarily committing to anything, but exploring whether it's possible to create something that serves celebration without serving manipulation. This request represented exactly the kind of challenge that had made Formula's post-war research so satisfying. The opportunity to apply scientific knowledge to genuine human needs while carefully avoiding the pitfalls that had characterized corporate chemistry. The project would require extensive investigation, but it aligned perfectly with the ethical principles that had guided decades of beneficial research. I'll need time to review the original formulation and experiment with modifications, Formula agreed. The goal would be creating something that provides the positive memories and celebratory experience without the psychological manipulation. It's an interesting challenge. After Vintage's departure, Formula spent the afternoon reviewing materials that had remained untouched for months. The locked cabinet yielded its secrets reluctantly. Pre-war documents, corporate research notes, and carefully preserved samples that represented the darker side of consumer chemistry. Each item carried the weight of knowledge that could be used for good or ill, depending on the intentions of those who possessed it. The original Nuka-Cola formula was a masterpiece of commercial chemistry, carefully designed to maximize consumer satisfaction while creating subtle dependency. The primary flavoring agents were straightforward: cola nut extract, vanilla, caramel, and citrus oils that provided the distinctive taste that people remembered. However, the formula also included trace amounts of compounds that enhanced dopamine production, creating a mild euphoric effect that made consumption particularly satisfying. More problematic were the ingredients that affected neurotransmitter function in ways that created craving. These elements didn't produce physical addiction, but they did establish psychological patterns that made consumers seek out the product when they experienced stress, boredom, or social situations where they had previously consumed it. The effect was subtle but powerful, creating loyal customers who didn't realize their loyalty had been chemically engineered. Formula's research over the following weeks focused on isolating the authentic flavoring elements from the manipulative additives. The laboratory became a testing ground for dozens of experimental formulations, each one carefully documented and evaluated for both taste accuracy and psychological effects. The process required meticulous attention to detail and constant vigilance against recreating the problematic aspects of the original formula. The breakthrough came during the third week of research, when Formula discovered that the authentic Nuka-Cola taste could be recreated using only natural flavoring compounds and traditional sweetness. The distinctive flavor profile that people remembered was actually separate from the chemical manipulation. The commercial version had simply combined authentic taste with psychological engineering to maximize profits. Testing the modified formula required careful protocols to ensure safety and effectiveness. Formula began with small batches, using laboratory equipment to create precise concentrations of each component. The first attempts were too sweet, the next too bitter, but gradually the formulation approached the authentic taste that had made Nuka-Cola so beloved. The process of perfecting the formula became a form of meditation, requiring the kind of focused attention that had always characterized Formula's best scientific work. Each adjustment brought the mixture closer to the memory of authentic Nuka-Cola, while maintaining the ethical standards that had guided all post-war research projects. When Sparkle arrived for one of their regular visits to the laboratory, Formula was in the midst of a particularly complex filtration process designed to remove any remaining trace compounds that might affect brain chemistry. The young settlement resident had become a frequent visitor, drawn by genuine curiosity about scientific work and the satisfaction of contributing to community projects. "What are you working on today?" Sparkle asked, observing the elaborate apparatus that had been assembled for the purification process. "A special project for upcoming community celebrations," Formula replied, carefully monitoring the filtration progress, trying to recreate something from the old world while avoiding the problematic aspects of its original design. Sparkle's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Something for the Harvest Festival? That sounds exciting. What kind of thing?" "Nuka-Cola," Formula said simply, watching carefully for Sparkle's reaction. The authentic taste that people remember, but without the chemical manipulation that made the original formula ethically questionable. The young person's response was immediate and enthusiastic. "Real Nuka-Cola? I've heard stories about it my whole life, but have never tasted the genuine thing. Only the crude copies that traders sometimes bring through." This response reminded Formula of why the project mattered. For young people like Sparkle, Nuka-Cola represented a connection to a world they had never experienced, a tangible link to the stories and memories that older residents shared about better times. Creating that connection authentically, without perpetuating the corporate manipulation that had characterized the original, could serve genuine community benefit. "Would you be willing to help with the testing process?" Formula asked. "I need someone with no preconceptions about what it should taste like to provide objective feedback about the formulation. Sparkle agreed eagerly and soon became an essential part of the research process. Their natural enthusiasm for new experiences provided valuable data about how the modified formula affected someone without pre-existing associations with the product. More importantly, their emotional responses helped formula understand the difference between authentic enjoyment and chemically induced satisfaction. The testing process extended over several weeks, with formula carefully documenting every aspect of Sparkle's reactions to different formulations. The young person's feedback was consistently positive, but formula was particularly interested in whether the modified formula created any sense of craving or dependency between testing sessions. "I really enjoyed yesterday's batch," Sparkle reported during one session. "It was refreshing and flavorful, but I didn't find myself thinking about it afterwards the way I do with some foods. It was satisfying in the moment without creating any lingering desire." This observation was exactly what formula had hoped to achieve. The modified formula provided genuine enjoyment without the psychological hooks that had made the original version so commercially successful. The result was a beverage that could serve celebration and connection without serving manipulation. As the Harvest Festival approached, Formula began producing larger quantities of the modified Nuka-Cola for community distribution. The process required scaling up from laboratory quantities to amounts sufficient for several dozen people, which created its own technical challenges. Each batch had to maintain the same quality and consistency that had been achieved in small-scale testing. The settlement's communal kitchen became a temporary extension of the laboratory, as Formula worked with volunteers to produce enough of the modified formula for the festival. The process became a community activity, with residents taking turns helping with different aspects of the production while learning about the science involved. "This is amazing," commented one of the volunteers, a middle-aged woman who had helped with the bottling process. "I haven't tasted anything like this since before the war. It brings back so many good memories." These reactions confirmed that the modified formula was successfully capturing the authentic Nuka-Cola experience that people remembered. More importantly, follow-up conversations with testing volunteers revealed no signs of craving or dependency. People enjoyed the beverage during consumption, but didn't seek it out between occasions. The Harvest Festival provided the ultimate test of the project's success. Families gathered to celebrate the community's agricultural achievements, sharing food and stories, while enjoying the special beverages that had been prepared for the occasion. The modified Nuka-Cola was distributed in small quantities, positioned as a special treat rather than a standard refreshment. Formula observed the festival from a discreet distance, noting how people responded to the familiar taste and whether it enhanced or detracted from the social atmosphere. The results were encouraging. The beverage added to the festive mood without becoming a focus of attention or creating any signs of problematic consumption patterns. Children who had never tasted authentic Nuka-Cola responded with delight to the new experience, while older residents showed visible emotion at reconnecting with positive memories from their youth. The beverage served exactly the function that Vintage had envisioned, creating a connection to better times while supporting community celebration. "You've given us something wonderful," Vintage told Formula during a quiet moment at the festival. "People are calling it the best celebration our community has ever had. The Nuka-Cola isn't just a drink. It's a bridge to the past and a reason to believe in the future." This feedback captured precisely what Formula had hoped to achieve. The modified formula had successfully recreated the positive aspects of Nuka-Cola, while eliminating the manipulative elements that had made the original problematic. The result served genuine human happiness rather than corporate profit. In the weeks following the festival, Formula began documenting the complete process for creating the modified formula. The research notes, testing protocols, and production procedures were carefully recorded to ensure the knowledge could be shared with other communities interested in similar projects. The documentation emphasized the ethical considerations as much as the technical procedures. The project had demonstrated that pre-war consumer products could be recreated responsibly, serving human enjoyment without perpetuating the manipulative aspects of their original design. This principle could be applied to other products and formulations, creating a framework for ethical recreation of lost conveniences and pleasures. Several other settlements expressed interest in the modified Nuka-Cola formula after hearing about the Harvest Festival's success. Formula began developing a program for sharing the knowledge responsibly, including education about the differences between authentic recreation and commercial exploitation. The goal was to ensure that any community using the formula understood both its benefits and its ethical implications. The success of the Nuka-Cola project also led to requests for other pre-war recreations, food preservatives, flavoring agents, and cosmetic products that people remembered fondly. Each request required the same careful analysis to distinguish between genuine benefit and commercial manipulation. Formula found this work deeply satisfying, applying scientific knowledge to serve human welfare rather than corporate interests. As winter approached, Formula reflected on the lessons learned through the Nuka-Cola project. The laboratory's locked cabinets still contained the original formulation documents, but they now served as historical reference rather than active temptation. The knowledge of how to create chemical dependency remained, but so did the wisdom to choose ethical application over commercial exploitation. The modified formula had become part of the settlement's cultural repertoire, produced in small quantities for special occasions and celebrations. It served as a reminder that the past could be honored without being blindly replicated, that the best elements of pre-war culture could be preserved, while the worst aspects were consciously discarded. The project had also strengthened Formula's relationship with the community, demonstrating that scientific expertise could serve celebration as well as survival. The laboratory's work was no longer viewed as purely medical or utilitarian, but as an integral part of the community's cultural and social life. Young people like Sparkle continued to visit the laboratory, drawn by curiosity about the scientific process and the opportunity to contribute to community projects. Formula found great satisfaction in teaching these enthusiastic students about the ethical application of chemical knowledge, passing on not just technical skills, but the wisdom to use them responsibly. The winter months were spent developing educational materials about responsible recreation of pre-war products. Formula created detailed guides explaining how to distinguish between authentic recreation and commercial exploitation, how to test for psychological dependency, and how to modify problematic formulations to serve human welfare rather than corporate profit. These materials were distributed through the trading networks to other communities interested in similar projects. The response was overwhelmingly positive, with settlements throughout the Commonwealth expressing appreciation for the opportunity to recreate positive memories without perpetuating harmful practices. The spring would bring new requests and new opportunities to apply the principles developed through the Nuka-Cola project. Each community had its own memories of pre-war products that had brought joy or comfort, and each presented unique challenges for ethical recreation. Formula looked forward to these projects with enthusiasm, knowing that the work served both scientific advancement and human happiness. The laboratory had evolved from a simple medical facility into a center for ethical chemistry, where pre-war knowledge was carefully applied to serve post-war communities. The locked cabinet remained, but its contents no longer represented forbidden knowledge. They had become historical artifacts that informed contemporary decision-making, rather than controlling it. Formula's ghoulified condition had granted the time necessary to develop wisdom alongside expertise, learning to distinguish between knowledge that served human welfare and knowledge that served exploitation. This wisdom had become the laboratory's greatest asset, more valuable than any equipment or chemical compound. The community celebrations continued throughout the year, each one enhanced by the small luxuries that ethical chemistry could provide. The modified Nuka-Cola had become just one example of how scientific knowledge could be applied to serve joy rather than manipulation, pleasure rather than profit, and community welfare rather than corporate interests. As evening settled over the laboratory, Formula returned to the routine work of beneficial chemistry, developing new water purification compounds, researching improved medical treatments, and creating the small conveniences that made wasteland life more bearable. The work continued with the same careful attention to detail that had always characterized scientific endeavor, but now it was guided by principles that ensured every application served human welfare rather than commercial exploitation. The gentle sounds of chemical research continued through the night, the soft bubbling of reactions, the precise measurements of components, the careful documentation of procedures. In the morning, the work would resume, with new projects and new opportunities to apply ethical chemistry to community need. The future held promise for a commonwealth where the best aspects of pre-war knowledge could be preserved and applied responsibly, where scientific expertise served celebration as well as survival, and where communities could enjoy the genuine pleasures of the past without falling victim to their hidden manipulations. In a settlement across the Commonwealth, another keeper of pre-war knowledge arranges displays that tell the story of consumer culture, preparing to welcome visitors who will learn to see familiar objects with new understanding. Join us next for The Collector's Obsession. Dawn illuminated the Commonwealth with the gentle persistence of morning light that had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations. The early rays transformed even the most modest structures into something approaching dignity, and nowhere was this transformation more remarkable than at Archive's settlement home, where every window had been carefully positioned to showcase the treasures within. The building itself was unremarkable from the outside, a sturdy two-story structure that could have housed any wasteland family, but within its walls lay one of the most comprehensive collections of pre-war consumer culture in the known world. Archive moved through the morning routine with the measured precision of a museum curator, which was precisely what they had become over the decades of collecting. Each display case received careful attention, dust removed with soft cloths, lighting adjusted to showcase the artifacts without damaging them, and climate controls checked to ensure optimal preservation conditions. The work was methodical and meditative, requiring the kind of focused attention that transformed routine maintenance into something approaching reverence. The main floor had been converted into a comprehensive exhibition space dedicated to the evolution of Nuka-Cola and its cultural impact. Glass cases lined the walls, each one carefully arranged to tell part of the story of pre-war consumer society. The collection began with the earliest Nuka-Cola bottles and advertisements, their designs reflecting the optimistic aesthetics of post-war reconstruction, and progressed chronologically through the decades leading up to the Great War. Each display case was a masterpiece of curatorial art, combining authentic artifacts with carefully researched contextual information. Bottles were arranged not just by date, but by marketing campaign, showing how the product's image had evolved to reflect changing social values and consumer desires. Advertisement posters demonstrated the sophisticated psychological techniques that had been used to create emotional connections between consumers and corporate brands. The centerpiece of the main floor was a recreation of a pre-war living room, complete with period furniture, decorations, and entertainment systems. Nuka-Cola advertisements played on a restored television, their cheerful jingles and persuasive imagery creating an immersive experience of pre-war domestic life. Visitors could sit in authentic pre-war chairs while experiencing the marketing messages that had shaped an entire civilization's relationship with consumer products. Akai paused at this display, as had become customary during the morning routine, adjusting the volume on the television and ensuring that the holotapes were properly aligned for the day's automatic cycling. The advertisements were fascinating from a historical perspective, but they also carried an unsettling power that remained effective even centuries after their creation. The combination of music, imagery, and psychological manipulation continued to evoke emotional responses in contemporary viewers, demonstrating the sophisticated understanding of human psychology that had characterized pre-war marketing. The second floor contained Archive's research library and the more analytical components of the collection. Here, corporate documents revealed the deliberate strategies that had been used to create consumer dependency. Psychological studies showed how advertising techniques had been refined through scientific research, and internal memos demonstrated the cynical calculations that had prioritized profit over genuine human welfare. This upper level served a different function than the nostalgic displays below. While the main floor allowed visitors to experience pre-war consumer culture in all its appealing glory, the research library provided the critical analysis necessary to understand what they were experiencing. The combination was intentional. Archive believed that appreciation and critique could coexist, that understanding manipulation didn't require rejecting all emotional responses to familiar imagery. Archive's morning routine continued with the careful cataloging of new acquisitions that had arrived through the trading networks during the previous week. A merchant from the capital wasteland had brought several pristine Nuka Quantum bottles, their distinctive blue glow still faintly visible after centuries of storage. Each bottle required individual assessment, checking for structural integrity, documenting provenance, and determining optimal display conditions to preserve their unique characteristics. The process of integrating new items into the collection was methodical and deeply satisfying. Archive maintained detailed records of every acquisition, including not just physical descriptions but the stories and contexts that came with each piece. A bottle might have been found in a particular vault, passed down through generations of survivors, or discovered in the ruins of a specific pre-war establishment. These narratives were as important as the physical artifacts themselves, providing human context that transformed mere objects into windows into lived experience. The quantum bottles presented particular challenges because their radioactive properties required special handling and display protocols. Archive had developed specialized containment systems that allowed safe viewing while protecting both visitors and the artifacts themselves. The soft blue glow that had made quantum so distinctive also made it a powerful symbol of pre-war technological innovation and the complex relationship between advancement and danger. Each bottle was carefully positioned in its designated display case, with lighting adjusted to complement rather than compete with the natural luminescence. Information placards provided technical details about the quantum formula, historical context about its development and marketing, and critical analysis of how the product's dangerous properties had been downplayed in favor of commercial appeal. The morning's first visitor arrived precisely at the scheduled opening time, announced by the gentle chime that Archive had installed to avoid the harsh buzzers that characterized most wasteland security systems. The sound was welcoming rather than alarming, inviting visitors to enter a space dedicated to learning rather than mere display. Scholar emerged from the early morning mist with the purposeful stride of someone on an important mission. The young vault dweller bore the distinctive, clean appearance of someone raised in controlled conditions, but their eyes showed the sharp intelligence of a researcher encountering the broader world for the first time. Archive had been expecting this visit for several weeks, ever since Scholar's initial inquiry about accessing materials related to pre-war consumer psychology. "Good morning, Archive," Scholar called out cheerfully, approaching the entrance with obvious enthusiasm. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. I've been looking forward to this opportunity for months." "Welcome," Archive replied warmly, opening the reinforced door that protected the collection from both weather and potential threats. "I understand you're researching pre-war advertising techniques and their psychological effects. This collection should provide exactly the materials you need." The Scholar entered the museum home with wide eyes, immediately overwhelmed by the comprehensive nature of the displays. The Vault Dweller had grown up with idealized stories about pre-war America, but had never been exposed to the actual artifacts and documents that revealed both the appeal and the manipulation of consumer culture. "This is incredible," Squalor breathed, moving slowly through the main floor displays while trying to absorb the sheer volume of information presented. "I had no idea that consumer marketing was so sophisticated." Archive smiled at this reaction, which was typical of first-time visitors encountering the collection's scope. Most people had fragments of knowledge about pre-war consumer culture, isolated memories, random artifacts, or simplified stories passed down through generations. Seeing the complete picture often came as a revelation, demonstrating how pervasive and influential corporate marketing had been in shaping daily life. The sophistication was the result of decades of scientific research, Archive explained, guiding Scholar toward the chronological displays that showed the evolution of marketing techniques. Corporate America invested enormous resources in understanding human psychology, not for therapeutic purposes, but to create more effective sales strategies. The tour began with Archive's most prized acquisition, an original Nuka-Cola production manual from the Nuka-Cola Corporation's headquarters. The document, miraculously preserved in a sealed corporate vault, contained complete specifications for every aspect of the product's creation, from ingredient sourcing to marketing strategies. Scholar examined the manual with reverent attention, recognizing it as a primary source of immense historical value. "This manual reveals the complete corporate philosophy behind Nuka-Cola," Archive explained, carefully turning the pages to show different sections. "Notice how the production specifications are interwoven with psychological research findings. The corporation didn't just make a beverage, they engineered a complete consumer experience." The manual contained sections that most people never saw, including internal memos about consumer testing, focus group results, and deliberate strategies for creating brand loyalty. These documents provided unprecedented insight into how corporate America had understood and manipulated human psychology for commercial purposes. "Look at this section on optimal consumption patterns," Archive pointed out, indicating a page filled with charts and graphs. They conducted extensive research on how frequently people should consume the product to maintain psychological satisfaction without triggering health concerns. The goal was maximizing long-term customer value rather than immediate consumption. Scholar's note-taker became more intensive as they studied these corporate documents, clearly recognizing the sophisticated manipulation at work. The Vault Dwellers' clean upbringing had not prepared them for the cynical calculation that had characterized pre-war corporate strategy, and their reactions showed both fascination and growing unease. "This is disturbing," Scholar commented, studying a section on demographic targeting strategies that outlined how different marketing approaches were used for different age groups, social classes, and regional populations. They were literally programming people's desires and behaviors. The manual also contained detailed psychological profiles of different consumer types, with specific recommendations for marketing messages that would appeal to each group. The level of detail was remarkable. Corporations had invested enormous resources in understanding human psychology, not for therapeutic purposes, but to create more effective sales strategies. The sophistication was the result of decades of scientific research, Archive explained, guiding Scholar toward additional displays that showed the evolution of these techniques over time. Corporate America treated consumer psychology as a science, with controlled experiments and measurable outcomes. As they moved through the chronological displays, Scholar began to understand how these techniques had evolved and refined over time. The earliest advertisements were crude but enthusiastic appeals to basic human desires. Later materials showed increasing sophistication in psychological manipulation, with subtle techniques designed to operate below conscious awareness. "Notice how the language becomes more sophisticated," Archive observed, pointing to a series of advertisements spanning several decades. Early ads said, "Nuka-Cola tastes good." Later versions said, "Nuka-Cola makes you feel good." The shift from product benefits to emotional states was deliberate and calculated. Scholar paused at a display showing focus group transcripts from the 2070s, where consumers were interviewed about their responses to different advertising approaches. The documents revealed how corporations had learned to identify and exploit specific psychological vulnerabilities in different demographic groups. DME were literally studying how to make people want things they didn't need, Scholar said with growing understanding. And they were doing it systematically, scientifically, with measurable goals and outcomes. Exactly, Archive confirmed with satisfaction. That recognition is the first step toward developing critical media literacy. Understanding how manipulation works is essential for resisting it. The tour continued to Archive's recreation of a pre-war Nuka-Cola focus group facility, complete with one-way mirrors, recording equipment, and the psychological testing materials that had been used to refine advertising techniques. The setup was both fascinating and unsettling, demonstrating how thoroughly corporations had studied human behavior for commercial purposes. Participants in these focus groups thought they were just sharing opinions about advertisements, Archive explained, activating recording equipment that played actual pre-war sessions. But everything they said was being analyzed for psychological patterns that could be exploited in future marketing campaigns. Scholar listened to the recordings with growing amazement at the level of manipulation involved. The focus group participants' genuine reactions were being dissected and analyzed to create more effective psychological triggers. Their authentic human responses were being turned into tools for their own exploitation. "This is almost clinical in its precision," Scholar observed. They treated human psychology like a laboratory experiment with controlled variables and measurable outcomes. The focus group facility also contained examples of the testing materials that had been used to measure psychological responses to different advertising elements. Participants had been shown various combinations of imagery, music, and messaging, while their emotional and physiological responses were monitored and recorded. The goal was to identify the optimal combination of stimuli that would create the strongest positive associations with the product, Archive explained. Every element was tested and refined based on measurable psychological impact. Scholar spent considerable time studying the testing protocols and results, recognizing the sophisticated understanding of human psychology that had been applied to commercial manipulation. The research was genuinely scientific in its rigor, but its applications were purely exploitative. As the morning progressed, Scholar's research focus shifted from simple documentation to deeper analysis of the implications. The Vault Dweller began asking questions about how these techniques had shaped pre-war society and whether similar methods were being used in the contemporary wasteland. The influence extended far beyond individual purchasing decisions, Archive replied to one of Scholar's questions. These techniques shaped how people understood themselves, their relationships, and their place in society. Consumer identity became more important than civic identity. This conversation led naturally to the research library on the second floor, where Archive maintained an extensive collection of academic studies analyzing the long-term effects of consumer culture on human behavior. The materials included both pre-war research and contemporary analysis conducted by settlements trying to understand their inherited cultural patterns. The library occupied the entire second floor, its walls lined with carefully preserved books, documents, and research materials. Archive had invested years in creating cross-referenced filing systems that allowed researchers to access information by topic, time period, or analytical approach. The space felt more like a university research facility than a private collection. "This is remarkable," Scholar said, surveying the comprehensive research materials. "You've created a complete academic resource for understanding pre-war consumer culture. The cross-referencing system alone must have taken years to develop." "Nearly 2 decades of active organization," Archive replied with quiet pride. "But the real work has been in synthesizing the materials to support genuine understanding, rather than just academic curiosity." Scholar spent the afternoon immersed in the research materials, following connections between individual advertising campaigns and broader patterns of social manipulation. Archive provided guidance and context, helping the Vault Dweller understand how specific techniques fit into larger systems of cultural control. "I'm beginning to see how these techniques created a complete worldview," Scholar said during one of their research sessions. People weren't just buying products, they were buying into a way of understanding themselves and their relationships with others. "Precisely," Archive confirmed. "Consumer culture changed the fundamental nature of human social interaction, making people think of themselves as consumers first and citizens or community members second." The collaboration was deeply satisfying for Archive, who rarely had the opportunity to work with someone possessing both the intellectual capacity and genuine interest necessary for serious academic research. Most visitors to the collection were drawn by curiosity or nostalgia, but Scholar approached the materials with analytical rigor. As afternoons stretched toward evening, Scholar's research had produced a comprehensive analysis of how pre-war consumer psychology continued to influence post-war communities. The Vault Dweller had identified specific psychological patterns that persisted in contemporary wasteland society, even among people who had never directly experienced pre-war consumer culture. "The influence is transmitted through cultural memory," Scholar explained, sharing their findings with Archive. "People who never saw these advertisements still carry psychological patterns that were established by decades of corporate manipulation before the war." This insight led to a discussion about how contemporary communities could identify and address these inherited psychological patterns. Archive had observed similar phenomena among settlement visitors, who often displayed consumer behaviors and attitudes that had been programmed into pre-war culture. Understanding the patterns is the first step toward changing them, Archive agreed, but it requires conscious effort and community support to overcome psychological conditioning that was designed to be unconscious and automatic. The tour continued to the interactive sections where visitors could experience pre-war marketing techniques firsthand. Archive had created stations where people could watch advertisements while monitoring their own emotional responses, learning to identify the specific moments when psychological triggers were being employed. Try watching this commercial while paying attention to how it makes you feel, Archive suggested, activating a display that showed a particularly sophisticated Nuka-Cola advertisement from the late pre-war period. The scholar settled into the viewing station with the focused attention of a researcher conducting an important experiment. The advertisement played through its carefully orchestrated sequence. Upbeat music, attractive actors, aspirational imagery, and subtle psychological cues designed to create positive associations with the product. "I can feel it working," Scholar reported with obvious surprise. "Even though I know what to look for, the combination of music and imagery is creating positive emotional responses. It's actually making me want to try Nuka-Cola, despite knowing that the desire is artificially generated." This observation demonstrated the sophisticated understanding of human psychology that had made pre-war marketing so effective. The techniques worked even when people understood what was happening, because they operated below the level of conscious decision-making. Recognizing manipulation intellectually was only the first step toward developing genuine resistance to its effects. The power of these techniques explains why Nuka-Cola became such a dominant cultural force, Archive explained. It wasn't just a beverage. It was a carefully engineered psychological experience designed to create loyalty and dependency. As the morning progressed, Scholar's research focus shifted from simple documentation to deeper analysis of the implications. The Vault Dweller began asking questions about how pre-war marketing had shaped society, whether similar techniques were being used in the contemporary wasteland, and how people could protect themselves from psychological manipulation. "Are there any settlements using these techniques today?" Scholar asked, studying a display of corporate documents that revealed the deliberate strategies behind consumer manipulation. "Some traders attempt crude versions," Archive replied thoughtfully, "but most lack the resources and knowledge necessary for truly sophisticated manipulation. The greater danger comes from not understanding how we're still influenced by pre-war conditioning that was embedded in our culture." This conversation led naturally to the research library on the second floor, where Archive maintained an extensive collection of documents analyzing the long-term effects of consumer culture on human behavior. The materials included both pre-war academic studies and contemporary research conducted by settlements trying to understand their inherited relationship with commercial products. The library occupied the entire second floor, its walls lined with carefully preserved books, documents, and research materials. Archive had invested years in creating cross-referenced filing systems that allowed researchers to access information by topic, time period, or analytical approach. The space felt more like a university research facility than a private collection, reflecting Archive's commitment to serious scholarship rather than mere accumulation. "This is remarkable," Scholar said, surveying the comprehensive research materials. "You've created a complete academic resource for understanding pre-war consumer culture. How long has this taken you?" "Nearly 2 decades of active collecting and research," Archive replied with quiet pride. But the real work has been in organizing the materials to support genuine understanding, rather than just nostalgic appreciation. Scholars spent the afternoon immersed in the research materials, following connections between corporate marketing strategies and broader social phenomena. Archive provided guidance and context, helping the Vault Dweller understand how individual advertising campaigns fit into larger patterns of cultural manipulation. The collaboration was deeply satisfying for Archive, who rarely had the opportunity to work with someone possessing both the intellectual capacity and genuine interest necessary for serious research. Most visitors to the collection were drawn by nostalgia or curiosity, but Scholar approached the materials with the analytical rigor of a true academic. "I'm beginning to understand something troubling," Scholar said during a break in the research. These marketing techniques weren't just used to sell products. They were reshaping how people understood themselves and their relationships with others. Precisely, Archive confirmed. Consumer culture changed the fundamental nature of human social interaction, making people think of themselves as consumers first and citizens or community members second. This insight led to a deeper discussion about the long-term effects of consumer culture on post-war society. Even in the wasteland, people carried psychological patterns that had been established before the bombs fell. Understanding these inherited tendencies was crucial for building healthier communities that served human welfare rather than commercial interests. As evening approached, another visitor arrived at the museum home. Echo, a settlement resident who had heard about the collection through trading networks, approached with the cautious enthusiasm of someone hoping to reconnect with positive memories from their youth. Unlike Scholar's academic interest, Echo sought personal connection and emotional understanding of family memories that had been passed down through generations. "I heard you have real Nuka-Cola advertisements from before the war," Echo said, their voice carrying the mixture of hope and uncertainty that characterized many visitors seeking connections to the past. "My grandmother used to tell me stories about the commercials she remembered, and I've always wondered what they were really like." Archive welcomed this new visitor warmly, understanding that Echo represented a different but equally important perspective on the collection's purpose. While Scholar approached the materials as historical research, Echo sought personal connection and emotional understanding of family memories. "We have extensive advertisement collections," Archive confirmed. "Would you like to see some examples that might match what your grandmother described?" The evening visit took on a different character as Archive guided Echo through displays selected for their emotional resonance rather than analytical value. The advertisements triggered powerful responses in the settlement resident, who had grown up with stories about these cultural touchstones but had never experienced them directly. "This is exactly what grandmother described," Echo said with obvious emotion, watching a pre-war Nuka-Cola commercial that featured families gathering for celebrations. "She used to say that seeing these advertisements made people feel like they were part of something bigger than themselves." The Scholar observed this interaction with fascination, noting how the same materials that had revealed manipulative techniques from an analytical perspective were creating genuine emotional connections for someone approaching them from a personal standpoint. The contrast between critical analysis and emotional experience highlighted the complex nature of cultural artifacts. "Your grandmother was experiencing the intended psychological effect," Scholar observed gently. "The advertisements were designed to create exactly those feelings of belonging and community." "But were the feelings false?" Echo asked, turning to Archive for guidance. "If the advertisements were manipulating people, does that mean the emotions they triggered weren't real?" This question addressed one of the most complex aspects of understanding pre-war consumer culture. The emotional responses to advertising were genuine human feelings, even though they had been artificially triggered by corporate manipulation. The challenge was distinguishing between authentic emotional needs and the commercial exploitation of those needs. The emotions were real, Arkov replied carefully. The desire for community, belonging, and shared experience represents genuine human needs. The problem was that corporations exploited those needs to sell products rather than actually fulfilling them. Echo's family stories provided valuable context for understanding how consumer culture had been experienced by ordinary people. The grandmother's memories weren't of corporate manipulation, but of genuine moments of joy and connection that had become associated with commercial products. Grandmother always said that watching the advertisements together was one of her family's favorite activities, Echo continued. They would gather around the television and laugh at the funny commercials, sing along with the jingles, and talk about which products they hoped to try someday. Archive nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the complex relationship between corporate manipulation and authentic human experience. The advertisements created shared cultural experiences that brought families and communities together, even though their primary purpose was commercial. The social connections were real, even if they were built around corporate messaging. This distinction became the focus of an extended evening discussion involving all three participants. Scholar brought analytical perspective, Echo contributed personal and family connections, and Archive provided historical context and curatorial expertise. The conversation evolved into a collaborative exploration of how consumer culture had shaped human relationships. It seems like the advertisements promised things that products couldn't actually deliver, Echo observed thoughtfully. Community, happiness, belonging. Those come from relationships with other people, not from consuming beverages. But the advertisements were so effective because they connected products with real human needs, Scholar added. Understanding that connection helps explain why consumer culture became so powerful and why people still respond to similar techniques today. Archive listened to this exchange with growing satisfaction, recognizing that this was exactly the type of educational interaction the collection was designed to facilitate. Rather than simply displaying artifacts or conducting academic research, the museum home had become a space where people could explore complex relationships between past and present. What's particularly interesting, Archive added, is how the most successful advertisements didn't just sell products, they sold solutions to genuine human problems. The manipulation was effective because it addressed real needs, even though it couldn't actually fulfill them. The discussion continued deep into the evening, with each participant contributing different perspectives and insights. Scholar analyzed the psychological techniques, Echo shared family memories and cultural transmission, and Archive provided historical context and comparative analysis. I think I understand something important now, Echo said eventually. The advertisements weren't just about Nuka-Cola. They were about how people wanted to feel and how they wanted to connect with each other. The product was just a vehicle for those deeper desires. Exactly, Scholar confirmed enthusiastically, and recognizing that pattern helps us understand how to fulfill those needs authentically, without depending on commercial products or corporate messaging. Archive felt deeply satisfied by these developments, which represented the evolution of the collection from personal obsession to community educational resource. The materials had found their intended purpose. not just preserving artifacts, but facilitating the kind of critical thinking that could help people understand their cultural inheritance. As the evening concluded, plans emerged for ongoing collaboration between the three participants. Scholar would continue research using the collection's materials while developing educational resources for other vault dwellers encountering the outside world. Echo would share insights about how consumer culture memories had been transmitted through family stories and what aspects remained most meaningful to contemporary communities. "This feels like the beginning of something important," Echo observed as they prepared to leave. "Not just understanding the past, but figuring out how to build better communities that serve real human needs instead of corporate interests." Archive agreed completely, recognizing that the evening's discussion had demonstrated the collection's potential to serve broader community development goals. Understanding how consumer culture had shaped human relationships could inform efforts to create healthier social structures in post-war settlements. The following weeks brought a steady stream of visitors to the museum home, each one contributing new perspectives and questions that enriched Archive's understanding of the collection's significance. Word had spread through the Commonwealth's trading networks about the educational resources available, attracting people with diverse backgrounds and interests. Settlement leaders came seeking to understand economic relationships and how to protect their communities from contemporary forms of manipulation. Teachers arrived looking for educational materials they could adapt for young people who had grown up after the war. Individuals sought personal understanding of their own relationships with consumer culture and inherited psychological patterns. Each visitor brought new perspectives that deepened Archive's appreciation for the collection's complexity and potential impact. The materials remained the same, but their meaning continued to evolve through exposure to different viewpoints and applications. The museum home had become a living educational resource that grew more valuable through use rather than mere preservation. The collaboration with Scholar proved particularly fruitful, resulting in the development of comprehensive educational programs that could be shared with other communities throughout the Commonwealth. The materials combined historical artifacts with analytical frameworks, helping people understand both the appeal and the dangers of consumer manipulation. "We're creating something unprecedented," Scholar observed during one of their regular research sessions. "A comprehensive educational resource that helps people understand how psychological manipulation works, while preserving the cultural artifacts that demonstrate its historical impact." These educational programs began to be used by settlements throughout the region, helping communities develop critical media literacy and resistance to contemporary forms of manipulation. The museum home had achieved its ultimate purpose, transforming private collection into public benefit that served ongoing community development. As winter settled over the Commonwealth, Archive reflected on the transformation that had occurred over the past year. The collection remained comprehensive and carefully maintained, but its role had evolved from personal obsession to community resource. Visitors continued to arrive seeking different types of understanding: analytical, emotional, historical, and practical. The most satisfying aspect of this evolution was watching people develop their own analytical capabilities. Rather than simply accepting Archive's interpretations, visitors learned to examine the materials critically and draw their own conclusions about the relationships between past and present, manipulation and authentic need. The collection had also inspired similar projects in other communities, with settlements beginning to develop their own educational resources focused on understanding cultural inheritance and developing resistance to manipulation. Archive provided consultation and support for these projects, sharing both materials and methodological approaches. The spring brought new opportunities for expanding the educational impact of the collection. Archive began developing traveling exhibitions that could bring key materials and analytical frameworks to settlements that couldn't send representatives to the museum home. These smaller displays maintained the essential educational elements while adapting to different community needs and interests. The success of the museum home had demonstrated that understanding the past was essential for building a better future. By examining how consumer culture had shaped pre-war society, people could make informed decisions about what aspects of that culture deserved preservation and what elements were better left in the past. Most importantly, the collection had shown that critical analysis and emotional appreciation could coexist. People could acknowledge the sophisticated artistry of pre-war advertising while understanding its manipulative purposes. They could appreciate family memories connected to consumer products while recognizing how those products had been designed to exploit human vulnerabilities. The evening routine continued much as it had for years. Careful maintenance of displays, documentation of visitor interactions, and ongoing research into new acquisitions and interpretations. However, the work now carried deeper satisfaction, knowing that it served educational purposes that extended far beyond individual curiosity or nostalgic appreciation. The museum home had become a model for how private collections could serve public benefit, how historical preservation could support contemporary learning, and how understanding the past could inform better decisions about the future. The Nuka-Cola artifacts remained central to the collection, but they now served as windows into broader questions about human psychology, community building, and cultural development. As Archive completed the day's final security checks and prepared to close the museum home for the evening, the satisfaction was profound. What had begun as personal fascination with pre-war consumer culture had evolved into a comprehensive educational resource that helped people throughout the Commonwealth understand their cultural inheritance and make informed choices about their community's futures. The collection would continue growing and evolving, with new acquisitions and fresh interpretations emerging through ongoing research and visitor interactions, but its fundamental purpose had been established. Preserving the past not as nostalgia but as education, maintaining cultural artifacts not for their own sake, but for their capacity to inform contemporary understanding. In the quiet of evening, the museum home settled into peaceful rest, its treasures secure and its purpose fulfilled. The Nuka-Cola bottles gleamed in their display cases, the advertisements waited for tomorrow's viewers, and the research materials stood ready to support the next generation of critical thinkers seeking to understand the complex relationships between past and present. The future held promise for expanded educational programs, deeper analytical insights, and broader community engagement with the questions that the collection raised. Archive's obsession had become something greater than mere accumulation. It had transformed into a living educational resource that served the Commonwealth's need for critical understanding of its cultural inheritance. As the Commonwealth night settled over the museum home, the collection rested in the quiet confidence of purpose fulfilled and mission accomplished. The artifacts of consumer culture had found their proper role, not as objects of blind nostalgia, but as tools for understanding, not as monuments to corporate manipulation, but as resources for developing critical thinking about the powerful forces that continue to shape human behavior long after the civilization that created them had ended. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.